Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Last time we set up Tuseni with a farm and we got it operational through the means of having a distillery over here with its own grain storage. We also got a large grain storage set up, and that will make sure that the grain storage over here will always have enough crops for the distillery. We will set up a truck to always run from the large grain storage into the small one. Thus we should always be set up with a full amount of crops in the area. If the grain storage fills up too fast, we can also trigger and export if necessary. On the other hand, we'll also set up an oil field on the western border and are running some exports here with very pretty western trucks. And we will increase that by at least double the amount, so we'll have 2 oil wells with 6 trucks in total running exports. Should provide us enough money to continue running exports, earning enough money to set up Svidava as our 4th settlement, giving us access to our 4th research. We are quite limited on research, but this should progress us quite nicely. We will have to set up another settlement in the area, because I think I've decided to make this our lumber area, somewhere in here. And this will provide lumber to our nation, so we will also have a transportation route to Karabadak and the surrounding area. So we'll need to finish the road network, but once it's been set up, the connection will be just there and stick around. Once all of that has been done, or I guess also in the meantime, we will need to set up another settlement in this area as well, because starting next year we should have a much larger harvest of crops, so we can decide on either a food factory, a meat production line, or completing our existing clothing factory with a fabric factory to make our own fabric if we want to, out of crops. The last thing we did was relocate our clothing factory to the new area to combat pollution in this vicinity. And we'll see if that actually has a positive effect, or if it was maybe not the main cause of pollution. We will have to see, wait and see. Right now it looks like there isn't much difference. Maybe it is the incinerator. The incinerator creates tons of pollution. 60 tons per year. We're running it at 2 workers, so an 1/8 of that amount. So less than 10 tons per year, but still quite high. The incinerator probably also has to go. And then this area might recover. But yeah, we'll see. Last but not least, the heating plant is still in the area, so maybe we can finally also start working on relocating that into its own large heating plant, which will take care of Karabadak and Tuseni at the same time. But we need to make sure that enough people have a personal vehicle to drive to work, otherwise it's not going to work. Hello Molly B. Denny, welcome to the stream. So, income looks okay, like we're losing a little bit of money on the western border if we do construction. Money should be stable on the eastern side, but we were doing construction here too. I'm not sure why it's negative right now. It should be positive. And we do have 2 loans to pay back before we make any other expansion. I don't want to run headfirst into more construction while still having outstanding loans, if I don't have to. Because my construction projects would not necessarily directly make more money, except for the pump check on the western side. That one definitely will. So this construction is fine. It has a road crane. It's getting 50 workers that will finish this construction task. And then we'll have to wait for the money for 3 more trucks and slowly add them to the area. I hope you're having a good day, Molly, Bideni. Hope it's acceptable temperature levels at your location. I hope the Tuesday is treating you well. I'm a little bit tired since I've been awake for I think 36 hours now, but hopefully I can get some sleep tonight. I was very early at work today, but that also meant I could get home very early, and figured I'd do a stream before maybe cutting the day shorter today. I don't know yet. Construction is finished. So now we just have to wait to receive our money. I'm not going to take out a loan, shouldn't take too long. It's 21,000 US dollars per vehicle, approximately. So we'll be ready to get our first vehicle soon, and we probably need about 3 vehicles like with the first pump check. And at some point we can consolidate things into 1 storage tank and then export from there, where we might need only 5 vehicles instead of 6 total. But yeah, make sure pump checks are always running is I think the idea here. And after we have the vehicles we can then start working on Svidava. There is a lot to set up, but it should be fine. Since we did set up the main road going through the village, we can also now set up our road connection here. I may already build that, that is fine. But not the attached structures yet. On the other side, we are going to push further the road connection in this area from the eastern side. And for that we will have to build a bridge here. Once the road connection has been constructed here, which it has been, we'll get a free road depot and relocate an excavator to the area so we can start raising the terrain a little bit, because I do need to raise the terrain to make it look acceptable. We will do that as soon as we have some spare cash. We are importing a lot of steel. What have I started that is taking that much steel? Oh right, yes, that is true. Last time we also started the construction of a large police station, because crime was getting out of hand quite quickly. So we need to get that under control very, very fast. And we'll do that by relocating all of the vehicles from this police station into this one, shutting this one down, demolishing it, and just running this police station. Only concrete is now left to be delivered for the construction, and that is fine. We can bring a lot of concrete here quite quickly. I forgot about that. But yeah, now that I remember it, That is definitely something that we need to do, because it will have a significant impact on loyalty and happiness in the area, if we do not deal with the crime accordingly. Life expectancy over here is still very low. I will export waste again rather than incinerating it, and see if that fixes the issue. Also, there's a lot of waste here to be incinerated, and I don't want to run the incinerator at a higher throughput, so that will make sense. We would have had to increase that, which would have had another highly negative impact on our population. So yeah, let's just continue exporting our waste instead of incinerating it, because the increase in population will also earn us more money for working in the clothing factory. It's okay inside 29 degrees, outside 37. I hope you don't melt. That is much higher than here currently. I think outside is 34 degrees and inside I think 27. I managed to keep it relatively cool compared to the outside. Like 7-8 degrees without any climatization. I think I'll manage. I bought some ice cream again. Should be doable. We'll see. It's only gonna get worse each year from here on out, I think. But we'll see how it goes. This area does not have its own sports area throughout cold temperature situations, so a lot of people will complain about no sports. We could maybe do something about that, but I feel like they should just stay inside during winter. It's fine. Watch some TV or something, even though you don't have any electronics. It'll be fine. Almost ready for the first vehicle again on the western border. Honeymelon sounds good. Yeah, honeymelon. Any fruit with a lot of water in it would sound good now. I wouldn't be... What I would like, what I haven't found in a long time, would be yogurt with pieces of pear in it. I like pear as a fruit in yogurt a lot. It tastes quite delicious, I think. We still need the vehicle depot here. So new vehicles can get refueled. And yes, we will need another oil tanker in green. And it's now 22,400. We'll wait until we have like 24,000. And then buy that. You agree? Glad to hear that. I don't know what it is, like, that cools you down quite quickly. Apple feels... It's hot, it's not... I don't know how to describe it, but pear feels refreshing, whereas apple feels like... more chunky? I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Apple does not feel refreshing to me, but pear does. I guess pear is maybe softer. We need an excavator here. Don't have the money for it yet, unless we get a cheap one, and I don't think I want that. If they all have the same road speed, then I'm gonna get the most powerful one. Even though this one would be in the same vein of cheap vehicles, low engine power, least fuel consumption. But yeah, it does drive pretty slowly. We'll buy a better excavator soon. Or we'll just relocate one out of the construction office over. Which is probably the better choice. This one doesn't have any wear and tear, so it recently got repairs. It'll drive down here. Not sure if a fuel station will be in range. I assume it might. I'll drop down a free gas station down here for any work vehicle. If I don't drop a gas station and no fuel station is in range, I would still be able to flatten things out, but we're gonna do it proper. It's fine. And then the trucks should be able to overtake the excavator before it gets here, I think. Police station is set up. Let's relocate all of the vehicles. We cannot relocate the criminal cases, but we should be able to make sure this one doesn't get any new ones. And that is a lot of workers. We'll get rid of all of the crime. We'll increase the amount of workers in the courthouse, and then we'll see if we run out of capacity in the prison. And then we might have to also get another prison bus, we'll see. I don't think any of these cases is gonna make it. We're gonna cancel the lowly ones outright. Let's try and work on the serious crimes. Maybe we can finish those before we shut down the police station. Alright, already got a case through at the courthouse. Very good. So yeah, all cases should from now on go to the courthouse, and hopefully the courthouse has enough capacity to deal with all of the incoming future cases. And then we need to make sure that the prison has adequate security. And right now, the shopping center does not, because I provided too many workplaces with university educated people. So we'll send one building to the shopping center, the prison, and the kindergarten to make sure these facilities are staffed. And also the cinema and the pub. The other buildings should be fine because they require university education, except the indoor pool, I guess. Indoor pool as well. Enjoy. Let's make sure we have a baseline of sellers everywhere. Run this at like 50% capacity. I hope we finish one of these. Probably not. Maybe. We'll have to shut down this police station, but yeah, the serious crime cases I would like to at least finish. If at all possible. Temperature's too low. Go work in here too, please. Temperature is kind of important. And there's not enough workers in the heating plant, so make sure to keep that one staffed, guys, please. I know it's a little bit of a walk down here, but you should be able to manage that. Thank you very much. Okay. Excavator is still on its way. We do have the fuel already. There it is. Making its way down there. Then we'll raise this terrain, get a curve here, bridge over into that road. That's the connection that I want to make. Do I have workers assigned and do they need to go to the heating plant? I don't think I do. Shopping center, kindergarten, distillery and heating plant, please. Make sure the heating plant is sufficiently staffed. I don't want anyone freezing here. Should be able to finish both cases. I'm not sure if the courthouse is gonna run through them in time though. Okay, money is now going up again, so we can work on repaying those loans. And we can get a few more police cars if necessary. Almost done with the first investigation, and then I'll try the one with the lower chance after. And since the building doesn't have any more police cars, no new case should appear. But we'll make sure of that by demolishing the building relatively soon. We do have a lot of extra crops now. We'll have to set up a distribution office here to export if this grain silo ever goes over like 2,000 tons in storage, to make sure that a harvest can always go inside. Still got a lot of fertilizer left. The roads seem to be upgraded now, so next harvest season all of the fields will be accessible again. And we'll get another 4,400 tons of crops. Oh, the excavator just made it, and it'll have to refuel. Oh, okay, it came back from refueling right now. So, I would like to have my bridge here at elevation 16 on this area. So let me get that set up. It's only one excavator, it's going to take a bit. Surely you have already tested high voltage distributed with priorities. I'm currently building my first power plant and wanted to supply my settlement but also sell electricity. If the power plant is not running, electricity must be imported. This is only possible with an import and export connection bundled at the priority distribution and the high priority on the cable to the settlement, or you said on the input connection you have your power plant and the border, and you give your power plant the high priority, so if the power plant can't supply the demand, then it will take from the border. And then on the export you can send it to the town first and then second priority to industry, I guess. So if you have a power shortage, the industry cuts out first before the settlement. But if you want to sell, then yes, you need to send it to your settlement first and then lowest priority to export. So your settlement and or industry do have priority. But if you want to import, also input low priority. Basically import and export should be low priority. Alright. It's a very steep hill. The arches were a little bit larger. Truss bridge. left hand side right now. Okay, thank you. No problem. Okay, that should flatten this area out quite well. Get that set up. Is that's not flattened at all. Basically trying to use a building to smoothen out the area a little bit, like that. I don't know about the bridge. These arches feel way too close to each other. Might be realistic, but I think they are for shorter bridges, I believe. They are longer distances, but still too much, I think. Pillars are a little too short. Nothing beats the beam bridge. The beam bridge is like very good distance between the pillars. Looks very nice, I think. We'll set that up. And then the lower road. And we need to flatten this out again. Then we have to relocate the excavator probably down here on a dirt road and help raise this terrain on that side. But for now we can start building the bridge and the road to the bridge. At least one lane. And we have enough room for a second lane on the right side here, so everything should be fine. We also have enough money to get our first extra truck on the western border to run oil exports. Loading any oil from pump check 2 and bringing it to the customs house. All you need to do. Might also have to rename the routes here. I did it for the eastern border. Might as well do it here. Split. They had yogurts with pears and chocolate splits. Oh yeah, something similar was here too. But no, I'm thinking like clear yogurt with just pear in it right now. I think chocolate would probably be a bit too much. But cold chocolate, I guess, is also delicious. So could do both, I guess. We'll check again once we have another 24,000 US dollars, add another truck, and then another one for a total of 6, divided between both lines. I could also have one line going between both pump jacks, but I think this way is probably better. And I also need to make sure that I don't need a third truck on the 62% pump jack instead of the 60... I don't know what the pump jack quality levels for the first pump jack were, but they were pretty similar. I think the second one was a little bit lower. Okay, no more cases here. Police station's gonna get cut. Everything will be handled by our large police station now. And we might see an increase in cases and or prisoners. We'll let it get settled in. Pollution is still bad. So it might be the heating plant in combination with the incinerator or just the pollution from the heating plant itself. As originally predicted, but I also thought maybe the clothing factory was responsible. It'll make sense to have it outside of the town rather than very close by. But yeah, we'll need some money to start building this. I don't think there's a point to doing that right now, unfortunately. Okay, let's get started on the road construction over here. Bridge is a little bit longer, but that's fine. We could also raise the terrain on this side, I guess, to match the bridge to make it a little bit shorter. Since it's so low to the ground, I think that actually makes sense. So while this is getting built, we will raise the terrain on the other side to match to 16 meters over here. Then I guess give it a basic flatten. Anything. I'll be a quick and easy flatten off the top with no bulldozer necessary. And then have a bridge come over here. And then we connect that to the road after. Have to drag it from the same direction. I don't think that's straight. Previously it was here, so we need to go here-ish. little bit weird. Okay. That should give us the road that we want with a slightly shorter bridge, and I think that looks a little bit better. For the deep valley, it did make sense to have it on an unmodified terrain, but this close to the seafloor. I think we can adjust it a little bit. Yeah, let's make sure all those serious criminals are locked up, so we improve our happiness up to 71%, which is good. And we have enough police capacity in the other areas as well. This one only has 2 buildings, so a small police station should be more than enough. Even if we run it at half capacity, it will be fine. Nah, run it at 10, that's fine. Don't want any issues with shopping. So no more construction should be happening right now, except for the road that I just set up. And any maintenance that pops up. We are repairing 1 residential vehicle, which will get repaired in full. Replacement has to happen in about 13 years once it reaches 80% wear and tear. And then we have to provide a scrapyard or pay for the removal of the vehicle and also provide replacements. I don't have waste storages planned here yet, but maybe we can try this town with just 2 garbage trucks and see if they can make it to the customs house before pollution sets in. There shouldn't be much waste created here, so it will probably be fine. Still gotta wait for 2 extra trucks, I think. At least 1. And then we can start the building construction and actually achieve some progress. Yep, no more chance for the criminals right now. As long as we can keep them in prison, we'll be okay. Our courthouse is also operating at sufficient capacity to sentence everyone who gets a case before it. There will be some increase in prisoners. Maybe I need more smaller. No, I'm gonna get the larger prison buses. Get 2 more. We'll be prepared. Prison workers line. Alright, you have a traffic jam, because I don't know why. You're on the road to the repair station, but you're stuck before the refuel station. That solved it. Maybe there was something in the vehicle depot that was in the way. Life expectancy is not below 60, which is better, but it's still not great, at least in this building. Above 75 is great. So these two buildings should now fill up, and population has gone over 1,500, so we did something right with relocating that factory and maybe turning off the incinerator, which probably had a larger effect. Let me get a waste storage up for this. No, let's wait with the waste storage until we probably have a second factory, a fabric factory, and then both of them can get a waste storage. Not going to set up the heating plant now. An extra building to run the distillery at higher capacity could work. These ones are not feeling anything in regards to pollution at all. Should probably be fine. Guess we could also have it here and then attach it to the road. It will be fine. Might have to upgrade these in quality a little bit. But yeah, that should be the last building. And hopefully it doesn't start the pollution issues to show up in this area, although at some point we will have a heat exchanger here as well, instead of a heating plant. And yeah, they can walk 420 meters to the distillery from that location. I really wish all of you would do everything that you should. But I guess I'm gonna micromanage you. If you don't go to the cinema or the sports hall, now you will have to. It's an order. Road construction will take quite a while. We'll need another free gas station. And then we might have to build the other road from this side, or just continue from the eastern border, where we do have all the resources available. It's just going to be a longer and longer travel distance to get the road set up. That's just a concern if we would be under time pressure, which we are not yet. So I think Svidava will get some parking lots, and then we'll have one residential structure out in the middle of nowhere with a sawmill and a woodcutting post next to it. And since it is technically a residential structure, it's a settlement, right? One house. Does one house and an industry building or two industry buildings constitute a settlement? And they would have to drive into town to deal with their demands. Still have to set up this town first, though. Gotta save money for 2 more trucks. But we might as well start some cheap construction. That'll help us. Still dealing with criminals, no escapes yet this year. %35% prisoners are not working, which makes sense because they're in bed, I guess. Orphanage could deal with a few workers. One building dealing with everything here. Maybe I should try a game change where every commercial building like shopping center, cinema, and every service building like an orphanage will have a dedicated residential structure which matches the amount of workers it needs times 3, and then it'll always be directly assigned to that building. So everything will be assigned to where people should go, and that way we do have enough residential buildings for everything because we assigned everything in advance. I'll leave the police station as is. The courthouse may work a little bit slower if it needs to. I mean, if we get a secret police set up, it'll also be able to cover Prostalova. So we could give the population here some cars, so some of the very loyal citizens could drive towards Karabadak and visit the indoor pool, I guess. Or we'll set up a shared indoor pool somewhere on the main road with a bunch of parking lots around it, and then we'll still give them cars. But that is all something for the future because it'll require quite a bit of money to set up. Maybe not for the construction itself, but buying that many personal vehicles to have an impact sounds quite expensive. Yeah, we are building, or we are scheduled to build this residential building to allow us more citizens and hopefully still keep this relatively pollution free. And even if we can't run the distillery at a higher capacity, 20 workers should be doable, and it'll allow us to run it at 20 workers more consistently. And the rest of the workers can spread out anywhere else, especially in the fire station. We could require a few extra workers, which would be nice. where the road crossing will be, so we'll need a vehicle depot here for the excavator as soon as we can reach it. And then we should be able to set up the area. So we can place the bridge. We'll need to lower this a little bit and need to raise this up to, I think, 50 meters. And then draw a bridge that will be quite expensive and quite extensive as well. No smelting, very good. Almost received enough money to get the 2 trucks going. Well, 1 extra truck from the 2 that we still need. Imported a bunch of fuel. I remember the 19th there was a... yeah. Oh, I already read that, sorry. My brain is a little bit fried from being tired. But still, we need to push onwards. The sewage discharge has been built and is working. So we don't need a sewage pickup here anymore, which means that this area has been hooked up. And we don't have to pay for getting rid of the sewage in that location. This Karabadak and Prostalova still would need to be hooked up. And I don't see a reason why not. We have 1 tank here. It's all downhill. And we have 1 tank somewhere here. I will provide a switch close to the settlement area for sewage. And from there we can take care of the sewage for the town area. And down here we'll have another switch. I guess we don't need another switch, we could just have one in Prostalova itself, in case we build up towards this direction. Because the sewage outflow does have 3 connections. So I don't need to overdo it with the sewage switches right in front of the outflow. Okay. I'll set up the sewage. If we get the outflow built, and it'll reduce our expenses from having to export wastewater a little bit. It's not a very large amount per year, but it is on the list, and we could save 9,000 per year. And also not require any more sewage trucks, reducing the fuel usage a little bit. Sowing season has started. All fields should be hooked up. Can probably upgrade these roads after harvest. Oh, or after sowing even. As well as these ones. $3,000 more US dollars. Well, a little bit more, but a few more exports, and we have our second vehicle on the second pump. Oil exports on this side still work fine. Consistently. But yeah, I don't think I want any more oil wells right now. Unless I see the oil price still going up. Right now it's staying where it is, which is nice. I don't want it to climb. I want it to stay where it is or slightly drop. But first I need to repay my loans before it starts dropping, please. Get rid of the free construction office, not necessary anymore. Everything has been relocated into the fixed one, which will be able to do basic construction and also handle maintenance in the area. Might have to get a second excavator, or maybe an additional road crane. And sell the eastern vehicles on this side. No one may move in here, which is okay. Population still went up by another 50, so that's very good. But yeah, one residential building is quite significantly affected by pollution. Unless it is slowly dropping, but I'll have to take another look. And yeah, we do need a bunch of footpaths here to hook everything up. Need to just get a basic footpath down this area. Have one over here. That's the shopping center and warehouse. This is our university. Still have our clinic. And everything on this side. yeah, there's always storage, at least for this area, for the clinic. We get started on this, but we do get our second truck now. Get it on the second pump check, get it started, let it refuel, and then it's off, and will hopefully earn us a bunch of money. Then one more truck, probably, and we should be good to go. Decent money, 1,100 per delivery. Don't see a problem with that. Let it continue on for the next month or two and see how much money we get. Need to run it for a few months. Because we still have the foreign workers as an expense, but they are necessary. Need to set up our residential area first. Like all cases are all cases are in the courthouse, and the trials seem to be running okay. The newest trial at the bottom is still keeping up with the statute of limitation. And as some trials finish, the other ones will also speed up. Building sewage infrastructure, which will take a bit. And it won't save us that much money, but you know, if we start providing them with running water at some point, which I usually don't do, but importing chemicals is faster than importing water, although you are pretty much importing as much chemicals as you were previously importing water, it feels like, because of the high consumption. Okay, just let this area grow, see how it develops. Road needs to be rolled, after which we will be able to build one bridge. And then continue our path onwards. And work on the connection between the two areas. And then schedule the replacement of our fuel trucks with the western ones at some point. But that's far off still. Looks like we'll need another truck. Pump jack 2, almost here, but not quite fast enough. Just reaching the bridge. Well, this pump jack is going to be full before it gets here. It's not by a long duration, but it does mean that the pump jack stops working for a bit, and I would like to avoid that, I guess. Okay, just continue on. We'll be back in a month or two, getting the third vehicle, aka the sixth vehicle, and then start the construction of the actual settlement. And then after that, get distribution offices because we really need them. It'll help us set up the export of crops, which we will probably have to do, and also set up the import of goods that we still don't have. Now I do have to plan another settlement, but I think this area is probably all off limits because of the heating plant. I mean, close to the coast might work. It's 500 meters or more. Yeah, we could have one at the coast. And use our third heat exchanger, one for Karabadak, one for Duseni, and one for the coastal settlement. And the coastal settlement, I guess, could produce food. Easy enough. Crop deliveries by truck. Crop demand is not as high as the distillery, right? This one requires... Okay, it is higher. This one requires 42 tons per day, the other one only 30. The livestock farm requires only 20 tons, so maybe we should go for that with a truck-based delivery system. I will require water, quite a bit of water, like the factory. But since this is going to run at full capacity, I think we will have to provide water from a water well here. And still provide drinking water through a water substation, because 93 degrees would not be sufficient to keep our people healthy in that building. Okay, corrected the priority road here. Let them build a sewage network. Once it's up, we can attach other buildings to it quite quickly. And if we have some industry in this area, I mean, we might also be able to run it with cars. We could have the food factory here with a bunch of parking lots and have the actual settlement in this area and give it a bunch of vehicles instead. But before any other settlement shows up in this area, I think we do need the heating plant. And that means more workers here, owning cars. We're out of money. We're exporting some soon. Temperatures are fine, so I'll just let it be for now. Fertilizing fields means more pollution? I don't think fertilizing fields causes pollution, no. Don't think that's the case. Otherwise, this town would have had issues with pollution. Oh, the lifespan of that building went down to 70, but that's because people just moved in, so... Over here they are over 80, so fine. I do hope we make use of some fertilizer at some point. Right now they're still sowing, but after that I'll probably prop up some of the fields that I guess all of the fields do have high enough fertility already. After the harvest season, they will use some fertilizer, I guess. Which means we can use up our bio waste. Oh yeah, and the iron mine town. Exporting iron with trucks seems kinda silly though. But I'm not set up for a train network at all right now. Maybe I should continue incinerating waste. Lots of cases. The lower two are not within statute of limitation, but I think that's going to change. In any case, we'll increase you up to 8 workers, so 50% capacity for the judges, which should get all of the criminal cases resolved and get the perpetrators jailed. We do need more workers here. Send more workers to the prison, please. I don't want any escapes again. Might have to build a new residential structure just for that over here. Hi Broadsword, glad to see you stream again. Can I ask you about bus lines and the value it gives in seconds? How many seconds goes into 8 in-game hours? Hello Hoysater. I was told, and I think I can verify, that a bus line each 8 hours is about 60 seconds in the bus line, so if you have 300 seconds, you divide that by 60, so you would need 5 buses. Or at least 5 buses if you want to fully supply workers all the time. So if I were to check, I guess I can check it with my prison bus route, since 165 seconds divided by 60 would be 2 point something. 3 buses would be sufficient. We currently have 4. Now it's 180. That would be slightly over 3 buses with the 0.44. But yeah, 4 buses for this route seems to work quite well. Ideally, they would have a bus end station, so the average lap time wouldn't change as much. But prison buses don't support that, unfortunately. Unless that changed again, but I don't think so. Nope. Sweet, good answer. You're welcome. Out of money again. Electricity is, well, heating is quite low. I'll borrow money and repay that loan to refresh our currency, to have a little bit extra. We are spending a bit of money building the sewage infrastructure, is all. I guess prefab panels do not cost nothing. Let's see how much they cost. For 200 meters. Estimated funding in rubles is 5,000 with all the resources and the work days. So it does cost something, but we should be able to manage. Do I build the extra residential structure? Do I plan for a larger hospital? Probably. An extra residential structure would also increase the amount of heating required and could cause more pollution issues in this flat though. But once the heating plant is replaced by the heat exchanger and this heating plant, we can extend Karabadak and maybe try and run an outskirts factory in the same area. Like this area with its existing parking lot could also provide workers to a factory itself. Just a little bit worried that it might take workers away from the heating plant and cause problems. Oh yeah, and the bridge construction probably also takes a bunch of resources. Hasn't started yet, but yeah, we will start that. Pretty please. Get the bridge construction underway, after which the road construction should be a little bit faster. And we might get to this point maybe in 2 years. Excluding the bridge construction. Travel distances are getting quite long, this is halfway across the map. So, shouldn't expect this road to get completed that quickly. And on the western border, we are building some structures. Could have a technical service with a water and sewage truck active now. And I don't see a reason, well I do see a reason, we need the other oil truck first before we invest in civilian infrastructure. The foreign workers do fine with not generating any sewage, and the waste that they generate, it's just dissipating into the environment. It'll be fine. I guess technically they can start building these buildings already, which is what they are doing. We'll let them do that. I don't need the third truck that quickly, and since money is still going up, we can get it a little bit later. Plus we do need that fourth research. It's taking a while. There's a wire here going to the heating plant, that's fine. Sewage discharge is not operating yet, it looks like. Actually it is. It's just such tiny amounts of sewage that it doesn't really show that much. Affected by pollution here now. So 69 years, 70 years. But I think over 65 years we are still okay. Buildings that we can still set up with our research level is, as I said, a sawmill and a adjacent woodcutting post to get boards and lumber. And then there's the brick factory, which, if we don't have a coal setup, we would need to import coal, but we could make our own bricks. Same as we do with clothing, which would add another resource for construction purposes to our arsenal. And that would leave prefab panels and steel out in the open. Bringing resources to everything, it looks like. bringing some of the resources to all of the buildings, which I guess is fine. Let's also start the heating plant, I guess. And yeah, after the road has been built, we'll set up some basic storage to the western border, and I guess we have long distance travel for resource deliveries. But I would like, I guess not concrete and asphalt, but I would like the gravel to be available on the western border, just so we can use our free one. Importing gravel from the western border in total was 25,000 for 2,200 tons of gravel. Guess it's not that much. Still, if we have the resource available already, and we have an extra vehicle to transport said goods across the map instead of exporting it, we could ship it over there and then maybe export some amounts of excess. Right now the workers over here are not doing anything most of the time, which I guess could also mean that we should set up... Wait a minute. They're not doing anything because they're not getting quarried stone fast enough. We do need a distribution office with the trucks in it, and adding a few more trucks, it looks like. At least all of the industry buildings have enough, so we won't run into any shortage constructing any foundation and or building that requires some of the resources that we do have set up. "27 prisoners now. Most of them should have lower sentences, but some of them do have quite long ones. At least we do have enough warders. Well, not right now, but we should have, if we do have 9 or more, and then we should be able to reduce criminality for the people in here. Svidava has a warehouse fire being dealt with. Do you need me to assign more workers to this? It looks like I have to. Let's unassign the orphanage, the prison, and the kindergarten, and assign this one instead if you have filled all of the other buildings. So you will deal with the kindergarten, the orphanage. This is too distant for you. Why? Down here. Oh, okay. I guess we technically don't have a footpath here. That'll cover that. So you will still have to deal with the prison, but the kindergarten and the orphanage will be handled by you. And excess workers can go... Let's do these 2 buildings and then the bus platform again. So unemployment shouldn't be an issue. But we'll make sure that our critical infrastructure is sufficiently staffed. And we do not start having any escapes again. I don't want that. Hello, Lord Runner. Welcome. Good day to you. Hope you're having a good day. Good Tuesday. And it's not too warm. Almost got enough money for the last truck. Income is really good on the western border for doing all of the building constructions. Yeah, the buses are assigned, so they are building random things like footpaths that take 3 workers with 51 workers, why not? And that one got completed, who would have thought? I'm not going to micromanage them, but I might set up a bus platform and get enough workers to do future construction tasks with my own workforce. Maybe the second settlement. No, this is the settlement that does have the university. The settlement might grow a little bit larger than it is right now. Also quite far from the border. But yeah, so far it's working. And even if you lose all of the population, we know that the oil export right now, with the foreign workers running the fire station, also works. And the fire station does not really care if there's only 2 oil wells or 2 oil wells plus some empty structures here. Continue as you were. Things are looking okay. Not going to disturb something that works well. Unless I think I can do something better. Or I think I can do something better, but actually break something. So, where do the vehicles come in anyway? Was it here? Or was it from this side? I think this one is probably right, or close to. This is also where fire trucks will go to, if they have to extinguish. Oh no, it's on that side. Then we'll put it behind the building. That'll give us room for a footpath here. We have room for a footpath on that side. 5 parking lots, 5 more parking lots, maybe an industry building in this area. With the existing parking lots, it will be the first test of the infrastructure in this area. Oh, this is gravel. Right. That explains why I can't combine them. Now I can. Water and sewage will probably be over here or next to the road. Might have it. I mean, it's only going to be water deliveries, but to be determined, I guess. And yeah, don't build this or any of the parking lots. Or this, or this, or this. Part of the road you can build. That's fine. Sewage now also seems to be connected over here. So the sewage truck has become obsolete. I think everything is now connected correctly. Could have probably done it cheaper with a sewage unloading station. But this way we're cutting fuel price out of the equation. Not that it's going to be a huge amount for the transportation of sewage, but still. Maybe I should have waited with the building construction before I actually gotten the last truck. Let me take out a small loan to get that extra truck. And now we have 3 vehicles on each western pump jack, as we should, and on each western pump jack, and the eastern pump jacks, well, they have vehicles appropriate to their throughput. We'll repay the loan as soon as we can, and still have 10,000 extra, 10,000 US dollars, and we should be in a good position here. Right now we have to repay 800 US dollars per month, and that should be in the realm of possibilities. Since last month we made 6,000. The pillars of the bridge down here are getting built. 2 more deliveries of concrete and they can start work on it. Pollution in this area should not be a concern since it's far away enough from any residential area. I guess 500 meters is not that far away, and if we do provide running water, then this would spew out a lot more sewage. But at least right now it is okay. No unemployment, buildings seem to be sufficiently staffed. Let's reduce you to 15 cellars, which is more than 50% capacity. Kindergarten would probably do fine with 12. Also slightly over 50%, over 100% capacity. I'll leave the school as it is. We already reduced the indoor pool, let's put that up to 9. Okay. Should be running okay. Yeah, maybe we'll have a bus platform here in the future. Could provide construction workers to the area. Let's get it set up first. We still need a monument as well. It's a bunch of buildings. Don't have the money for any extra vehicles. It'll just have to slowly build everything with what we got. And hopefully we'll get a repair station soon, because this vehicle already has 47% wear and tear. To get things running, we will need the heating plant, we will need a residential building, we will need a shopping center and a warehouse. I would like to have the kindergarten to make sure everyone who moves in here runs at full efficiency. And then the rest of the buildings should be able to be built slowly after the fact, I guess. But yeah, take your time. The technical service, repair station, and warehouse for the repair station will get set up after we have people move in here. Doesn't make sense to work on them right now. All the other structures are more important. Do have all extra residential buildings set up. They can go wherever they want, but the increase in workforce by 50% for the area should mean that more workers eventually will go into the distillery. But first we have to fill up the buildings. Right now they are less than 50% filled for those two. And it will take a while for the population growth to kick in. But thankfully we do have actual population growth now, so things are looking quite good. I am tempted to prevent people from moving into this building for now. Lifespan went up again, but that's because the heating plant shut down. Yeah, I'll leave it disabled for now. Use the other buildings. This one will enable once we have relocated the heating plant, I guess. Why do I have this? Don't think I need that. Upgrade these roads as well. I guess I'm starting a bunch of construction jobs, even though I said I'll repay the loan first, but yeah, income is so good that I think we can just rely on the passive repayment of the interest and continue construction. As long as we're still staying positive each month, we'll be fine. On the US side, there's quite a bit of import happening for building constructions. Lots of steel, other construction materials. Need the basics to get set up. Almost got everything for the heating plant. The last gravel delivery is on its way, after which we can do the groundworks. I will allow this to drive wherever it wants. There's not much travel distance from the construction office to a construction site, so the excavator might as well get to it. Because the trucks are busy with importing resources right now. Svidava kindergarten. Doing the groundworks with foreign workers is wasteful, but what can you do? Could add another excavator for 13,000. Also kind of need a road crane. The dump trucks need to be replaced. I have 4 of them. Don't need that many. I'll leave it as is. This excavator might drive towards the kindergarten after anyway. I could also move the bus out of there until we have all of the groundwork set up, and then build the buildings after to save a little bit of money. The worker construction offices are not assigned here. We don't have them in the list. These ones and these ones. I will get the work started on the bridge. Need a very high amount of concrete deliveries to get done, but yeah, as I said, we already make that ourselves, so it shouldn't be too expensive. Hello Sancho, welcome. Welcome to the hottest stream of workers and resources today. 34 degrees Celsius. Hotter than in-game. Okay, we've almost reached real-life temperatures. I can confirm that the heating plant in this area does not seem to be running right now. Do I have already car production? No, car production is very far away. I need 7 researchers to get car production, and I need to get the money in order first, and get distribution offices first. I don't have distribution offices yet. But I think we have to start working on car production after we get distribution offices. I am torn if I want to throw in steel production as well, which would be only 1 extra research. We need to go metallurgy into fatigue of steel metals, and then this line up here, which is 5 researches. This one having a prerequisite, which in total would be 7, plus steel production early on. Could mean that we could set up, or think about setting up a steel mill. Though running that close to a settlement seems foolish, and running it with cars without making our own cars could also be dangerous. So maybe we set up the car production line before we set up steel production. Because that will allow us to set up vehicle production, vehicle distribution, and then we can set up larger industries. Maybe that'll work. Or I set up a steel mill on the coast again. But I still need workers to drive there, I guess. Today is crazy for you too? I can imagine. It is July, 33 degrees for a very long time. complains about no space in the kindergarten. Doesn't seem right. Oh, you make also one research per village? I was thinking you skip that for car production and start from there. No, that one is also included. I haven't set up any skips. So yeah. We have to think about 7 settlements to set up in addition to what we have planned right now. And I do still have plans like food production, meat production, a fabric production facility would be useful because fabric is also used for vehicle production. So having a little bit of excess of fabric would be nice. Wood cutting post with a sawmill, brick factory could be done. We could have a storage, like just a settlement for a storage here, which provides all of the citizen goods locally, and then skip train network. Coal mine, iron mine could also require settlements already to be set up without the actual buildings, but working on that many settlements without actual income is quite difficult. The blue barrier that shows up when you hover over the date, is that something that needs activating somewhere, or are you running a higher version that is available on Steam? I am running the version that is on Steam. Previously that was the daylight nighttime showcase, but somehow that only shows up in blue now. The light blue was previously yellow and reddish to show the sun and the sundown, and then the dark area is the night. So as this bar moves closer to the left and gets to the dark blue area, it will turn night. That's all it is. That is available in the previous versions too, I think. I do have day-night cycle on, moving sun, and that's what it is, I think. So the sun should be going down maybe in 2-3 days-ish. It is ticking along, and as soon as this reaches this bit of area, the sun will start going down. You can already see the shadows moving from the trees, so yeah, now it's getting dark. That's what it's for. Not sure when that showed up. I also only noticed it when playing in this version, like with the waste. No, I have seen it at some point, but forgot about it again. I saw it like at some point quite long ago. I don't remember anymore. It's been a while. Temperature forecast. Nope, just day-night cycle. I don't know if a temperature forecast would be helpful, since you can't really schedule things against it. Maybe if they implement a DLC where you can push past 2000s and running a very polluting industry has an effect on climate. But as a small nation, I don't know if that makes any sense. The heating plant is being set up. That will take $10,000 US, give or take. And some mechanical components as well. Yeah, right now getting the distribution office is the priority because I'm basically at my limit with distribution offices. We already imported quite a bit of steel. That seems fixed, and after 2000 hours in the game, I guess we are all able to predict when the temperature drops below 20 and that snow arrives on February 22nd. Yeah, some more variability in the weather patterns could be nice. Some visual I would like is after it has rained, that the tarmac and everything else doesn't dry up as quickly. Oh, snow arrives in November, yeah. It leaves sometime February, after half of the February is gone. Just a second. Okay. So, I would like water puddles to stick around a little bit longer. And I also think that rain for dirt roads should be more impactful than frozen dirt roads. I don't know if it's true, but I would imagine that frozen mud is easier to navigate than wet mud. So during winter the mud roads would be not as slow as when it's raining. If that makes any sense. Going back to 30 workers in the clothing factory, very nice. Previously we were running it at like 40 workers before we had gotten a large police station. All of those should be working. 42% are not, 11 prisoners. But I don't think adding more police prison buses will do anything. I already should have enough. Let me check the fuel price. Went down a little bit, but now it's going back up. Relatively stable. Oil price dipped as well, but coming back up. Seems okay. Yeah, not much I can do right now. I mean, I would like to get Svidava set up, but I'm not going to take out a loan to speed things along. We do have considerable amount of income per month. 16,600 per month. Lots of imports though, because of construction tasks, but 16,000 per month is not a small amount. Almost all the resources present for the indoor pool. I hope the bus keeps focusing on the building, the one and only building that has a road crane. Getting another road crane could be useful. Even if it was a cheap one. No, I don't think it'll speed things up enough. We can't keep up with the resource deliveries. So adding another road crane doesn't really help. This area, excluding this space, could all be turned into farming area or another residential area up here. Or something on this side, on the temporary road here, hooking it up with a road from the main artery and then having a settlement in this area within a kilometer of the new heating plant. Yeah, that would fit. Not sure what this settlement would do. I guess it could make meat. Or we'll get an oil refinery. I'm not going to get an oil refinery. Alright, used up all of the US currency right now, that's not a problem. Could shift a little bit of extra cash over, I guess. I mean, the only problem this is causing is penalty rates for the loan repayment. But we could take some money over via wire transfer. We can only do like 4 megawatts anyway. I guess we could do 9 because we... 8, we can do 8 because nothing is going over the wire anyway, so the full capacity is available for export. So now we're transferring rubles back into US dollars to speed up the construction process over here a little bit. The construction that we have to do on the eastern border is not as money intensive, it only needs bitumen and a bit of cement. Forcing the indoor pool with just workers, it's so painful. Let's get the road construction vehicle over there. Not the road construction vehicle, the road crane. Otherwise I'll feel bad if they send workers there. Still need a delivery of bricks to finish it. Lots of little construction tasks, but everything is receiving some resources, unfortunately. I could set up some priorities, like make sure this one gets built and this one. So we'll send some resources here first, and the heating plant. And hopefully they'll finish them in order. Then this residential building will be low priority, because we already have one set up. The school still needs a footpath connection. That one can stay medium. The pub can be low. Police station can be low. Shopping center will stay medium, as will the warehouse. Clinic will also... I guess clinic can be low. And just spread out construction a little bit, I guess. "71 workers in one bus. If only we had those extra bricks here. Harvest season is underway, and this time I'm pretty sure we're gonna get all the crops in. We don't have any vehicles to export them yet. But I guess we could make a truck route after all of the crops have been harvested, and then just use all the vehicles to get the crops into the export. I think I'll just assign 2 or 3 vehicles to it. Not sure how many I will need. We should have at least, I think, 2,000 plus what we have, like, let's say 3,000 tons of crops in here. After the harvest is done. First year where we did a harvest, we harvested 4,400, I think it was. So it should not be a small amount. That's a lot of cases, but all of them are handled well, so no worries here. And we have a sufficient number of workers in the area as well. Yeah, but going for loyalty doesn't do anything for us right now. Well, I said we had sufficient number of workers, now it's going up and down. We need at least 9 workers. I guess 10 loyal workers would be nice. The secret police is also in the agenda, because it will make sure that there aren't any drops in loyalty because of like bad people doing the education. 2 people were starving recently. But otherwise health is fine. There's no mention of pollution here, except for, well, below sports enjoyment in the top left of that window, there's a pollution 1%. But apparently no citizen is affected by it. Which doesn't feel right for the life expectancy here. Maybe that's just like when they actually have issues with it. I don't know. Looks like we'll need to stop the electricity export again. Because we're running out of money. We'll continue importing, but we will not be exporting electricity here. Can we get another import? Temperature is still fine. Just need like an export of something, so we don't have to take out another loan. They should be happening regularly. What are you doing? Getting fertilizer. I guess the farm has used up all its fertilizer. Yep, it's using the fertilizer in the storage as we speak. So it takes out the fertilizer from underneath the biological waste, which is good. That's what it should do. At least I thought it would do that. Maybe it needs a certain amount. Or maybe it's just finished fertilizing, I don't know. Harvest wise, we got 2 fields with 35 tons of crops and this one with 100 tons, but it's only September, so still hopeful that we'll get everything in. Last time we didn't have enough harvesters. We were still harvesting as the snow was dropping. Maybe it will be a little bit of an issue. But last time we also didn't have the gravel roads, and they are speeding things up a little bit this time. Lots of stuff to build. Nothing that can be done right now. I mean, we are still building the road. But our focus right now is on the western border. As things slowly start getting set up, we're getting ever closer to actually moving people into this area. That's the last amount of bricks finally delivered. We also have all the resources here. Not sure where the bus is going right now. Heating plant. No road crane for that one right now. Let's relocate the road crane over manually. And we're getting a brick delivery soon as well. School and Carsachstan is on fire. They should be able to handle that by themselves. It has been on fire for quite a while. Okay, thank you. I was getting a little bit worried, just a little bit. Don't think the brick delivery is getting here in time again. Nope. It is not. And where's the bus going now? The flats. Well, I won't relocate the vehicle. Unless I can just individually say you go back home, but that doesn't work. Because we currently still have the truck incoming with the additional bricks. Not having enough road cranes is somewhat annoying. But so is not having enough money, I guess. What are we importing? Bunch of steel and mechanical components. Are repairs happening more frequently now? I mean, we could try and increase the amount of workers in here and see if it wants to repair more vehicles, and the answer is yes. So let's give it 50% capacity and run through a bunch of vehicle repairs. We check the wear and tear on our vehicles, then we see that a bunch of them do actually require repair. And also one on the western border, but that one will have to wait until we actually have a repair station over there. Or we might have to buy a new one, which I don't want to do. So much nice research that we could be doing. Alas, we will have to set up distribution offices first. On the plus side, happiness went up to 73%. Last episode I think we started at 69. And health is also looking okay-ish. Maybe pollution isn't an issue because once the people receive pollution, they decide to move into other areas. This one is slowly filling up. Still no issues with pollution, which is good. The new residential structure is outside of the range of the monument. But whenever they go somewhere, then they will be in range of the monument, so I don't need to be too miffed about it, I guess. Really thought we would be having Svidava this series, this episode I mean. But things have slowed down quite dramatically with the money that we have. At least the income on the western border is quite nice and consistent. And it doesn't seem to be driving down the oil price too much yet. But yeah, more oil export is probably not on the agenda, unless we get the research that reduces the impact of oil exports on the price, or we just care about driving down the fuel price as much as possible. Then we could go for more exports, I guess. What do you mean you need to export so much oil that the market crashes? Yes, I will have to export more oil at some point if the fuel price becomes more important, because if the oil market crashes, so will the fuel price. Right now, however, the income being earned from oil is still more important. Last month, oil and clothing was quite close. This year, oil is still the winner, but clothing is much easier to transport, so the hidden expense of the fuel cost is still within this. Whereas clothing, we only had like 12 trucks deliver that. And alcohol didn't give us that much, but still. And on the western border, mostly oil. How expensive is my oil per unit? Not that much. It's only 81 rubles per ton. It's climbing again. It's holding steady. Also welcome, Emperor. Usually it tends to drive up if you don't export any. I did a lot of runs previously where I didn't care about the oil price until I checked and it was ridiculously high, and then I solved it by building an oil refinery. But I've learned that you can just export oil and keep it relatively stable, earning you some money and also keeping the fuel price down. They are closely linked. Alright. Oil price functionally would affect a lot of heavy industry, anything oil based. Yeah, for us that's only concrete. Not concrete, asphalt. With the bitumen. Otherwise I don't have anything that requires oil. Don't have the technology because of self-imposed limitations that keep me low-tech. I will need a dump truck to bring coal into the heating plant, but we'll just nab the ones from the really worn dump trucks from the construction office to do that. Once we get them fixed and back into shape. One more construction attempt here. Ideally with a road crane. Or our road crane is still in here. That is going to cost about 4,000 US dollars. Not sure where the bus is going right now. It's going here. Trying to brute force the flats. Next year we should be able to move people into this area. We could run some citizens in this area even without a heating plant to get the remaining construction set up. You're exporting 1,000 to 4,000 tons of oil per month. Do you have the research that decreases the effect on oil exports, the OPEC research? The price is still around 86 to 89. But I assume you probably have a lot more fuel import if you import fuel. I mean, if you don't import fuel and you also make that yourself, then I guess I could still export more. I don't know. Export per month, last month, 300 plus 250, so 550 tons right now. But also a decent chunk of fuel import. Oh, an old save. Oh yeah, that might not work anymore. The oil price is now more heavily affected by exporting it rapidly. It encourages you to do large chunk of exports, like with a train or a ship, and then let the price recover, because if you just continuously push oil over the border via trucks, your neighboring country drives down the price a little bit more quickly than if you export it via train or ship onto the quote-unquote global market. Do it with ships, okay. Yeah. That sounds okay. I don't know where the bus is going. Indoor pool. Doing a bit of everything apparently. So I guess that's why the price is high. It should recover. But I think the save might struggle with income from oil until you get that research going. On the plus side, you could also then export with the new functionality that you get from research, which is the border connection, which works like an electric connection but is actually for pipes. And then you could export oil/fuel directly to the border rather than having a ship, which cuts out the fuel price to run a ship, which is quite nice. Building infrastructure is easier to maintain, I guess. But you couldn't then import over the same pipeline. You would have to build a second foreign pipeline and research it before you can build it. You can only research one pipeline, and you can, I think, research another one after you have built the first one. Money's getting low again. Self-produce fuel and export the excess bitumen. Yeah, oil refineries are really powerful in this game. Whenever I get an oil refinery, things go a little bit crazy, especially if you supply them with enough oil that you can also get via import. Basically import oil via ship and then export fuel and or bitumen via ship. And it basically drives up the inflation spiral and you get huge amounts of money. Best to export it with US currency. 2,500 tons reserve of bitumen on the refinery for asphalt, yeah. I also keep, well, previously I kept a tank around with a fuel reserve and then a pickup location for trucks and trains to just transport it wherever it's needed. Don't have inflation since I don't have world events. Inflation still happens, even without world events. The price of oil is always very close between rubles and US dollars, but inflation shouldn't inflation still happen even without world events? Because inflation does not just depend on world events. World events are a temporary adjustment of inflation. But you don't usually get events in regard to, let's say, nuclear fuel, etc. And that one will drift out of, like, apart. Like, it started cheaper in rubles, but the price in rubles has since overtaken the US currency price, as you can see from the graph at the bottom. Maybe. So inflation still happens even for resources that do not get events. Same for meat, liquid fertilizer, like it's a general thing. But things like oil are more closely tied together. And it doesn't happen that much for it. How's the harvest going? It is November. Still a bunch of crops to get in, still a bunch of crops actually in the fields. So we do need to get more trucks. For sure. And it looks like one additional harvester, but trucks would be the priority for next year. If we can afford them. And maybe upgrade the road infrastructure to asphalt. But not right now. We have enough crops to last our production demand very well. How's the bridge doing? Bridge is being built ever so slowly. That's also fine. We got our heating plant. I don't think I need the dump trucks anymore. I think the groundworks for everything should be set up. Except for, I guess, these buildings. But yeah, I think those 2 trucks can be relegated to doing the coal import instead. For the heating plant. I guess there's a red dot on the electrical electrical transformer. Now I don't see a red dot at all. Oh, I see one, okay. It's too tight. Let's place it here. Oh, can't build more than 7. I didn't see that text. Let's get rid of that one. We'll definitely need to repair them, but they can stand around inside the heating plant, waiting until they can actually get repaired, after they have filled it with coal. Our road crane went into the residential building, which is also okay. Getting a bus to come here right now. Let's start this as well. I mean, the dump trucks may as well work right now, so we'll also start these. So, since we only have 1 or 2 dump trucks available right now, since the other ones are now put on hold, they can start delivering the resources over here, as well as the dump truck resources, as well as the concrete, to finish that up. That's too many workers. Not enough resources. So, I want the residential building. I said I wanted the heating plant and the shopping center. We definitely need the shopping center. I guess the shopping center will become the new high priority with its factory connection and the road that still needs to be built. Let's put those on high priority. As well as this one for 40 days. 15 days can be done by an excavator, leaves us with 25, so we'll put it at 45. I guess it can't be done by an excavator because it's too narrow. I hope the 72 workers will be able to handle these 63 workdays with a road crane. Then 2 more deliveries of resources to finish the building. And we'll have our residential structures set up. Need to make sure that they can go shopping, but then the rest they could build themselves. We will still need to provide water. We already have electricity, but a truck delivering water is still something that we have to do. Slow is the construction progress in this area, but it is still progress. Snow is about to fall soon. 1 extra harvester would ensure that everything gets harvested in time, and then maybe 2-3 more trucks should bring in the remaining crops. Temperature has dropped negative, so the crops are deteriorating in the field, I think. Let's see, 19.6. The day ticks over about now. And now it's 17.7, so it doesn't have to snow for the crops to go away, just the temperature to drop. But we have a lot of crops stored up, above 3,000. Could start exporting some, which I guess we should do. Once all of the crops have deteriorated in the field, we'll set up all of these to export everything we have. So we are ready for next year, and maybe we can buy an extra vehicle. Construction office bus getting repaired. Not a lot of workers in here yet. I guess it's because it's not university educated people, they don't want to work here. They want to fill the university educated slots first. Which is not great. Clothing factory will now also be told to fill the repair station to whatever level we set it to. Might be able to run it with 10 workers, but we have some catch up to do with the repairs that are still waiting. Yeah, I'll set all of the trucks to export on one route to get as many crops sold as possible, since we know that the grain storage should last for most of the time. And then we have enough room for harvest next year. Indoor pool has been built. Probably 5 workers when it gets set up. I don't want to import resources. But the way the construction is running right now is quite inefficient. It's probably when you get a little bit of money sending out all vehicles trying to load everything. And maybe it isn't. Maybe it is doing things smartly. 61. No, this one didn't load anything. Or maybe, yeah, this one didn't load anything. Okay. Otherwise it wouldn't be coming back from that area empty. It would be coming back from the construction site. We'll just let that get developed slowly over time. Technical service is low priority, repair station is higher priority. We can run this area with a water and sewage truck from a free technical service and then get another one for 1 or 2 garbage trucks. If we have the money for them, of course. Which right now it doesn't look likely. We'll probably have to wait to get some rubles and then shift them via quote-unquote wire transfer into US currency by exporting some electricity. Okay. Harvest is about to finish up, it looks like. The next tick or two might kill everything. Not sure about this field. If the crops that aren't harvested get removed, I think they get removed at the end of December. When it ticks over to the new year, the field just gets emptied out completely. Let's keep it at only 1 escape this year, thank you very much. Don't need any more. Yeah, it's only this building that's now in range, it looks like. Could have a few more residential buildings in the area. But it's not urgent. The roads on the future heating plant have been built, as much as I wanted them to be. There's the parking lot area. That will still need some construction. Alright, how's it looking? There's a little bit of crops left here, which I attempted to be picked up, but they're gonna be gone in a second. Apparently not. And yeah, all of the trucks that are going to show up here will be set for export. And at some point we'll get a traffic jam warning that they can't load anymore. Then we can move them back into the farm. Okay, let's run some crop exports. Could add a few more trucks, but I think... sure, let's add more. Why not? Let's add all of them. No more trucks in the farm right now. Yeah, it seems like if there's still some crops left, the fertility stays as high. Or did they already get fertilized? I don't understand. In any case, the fertility is still 150% for, it looks like, almost all the fields, if not all of them. They are all at 150, which is good for us. I think I'll relocate the bus for now, so it stops getting workers until we actually have all the resources necessary on construction sites. That'll save a little bit of money getting workers until we make sure that construction can be built. And I guess if I get a free construction office, then I can also use that to assign the bus manually instead. Until things look a little bit better. Make sure that auto search is disabled and nothing is assigned except the workers from the customs house. And we can also relocate the road crane into this construction office because it always works in tandem with the bus pretty much. And then we have a little bit more room to potentially get one or two more one more road cranes if we want to. But right now money is a little bit short, if you may have noticed. What happened to the oil price? I don't think it changed. I think we're just like always getting more resources faster than we're exporting because we have a lot of construction tasks right now. Could do the construction of the flats now. I will grab you on the general assignment tool and drop you here. You can also do the kindergarten. You should be able to finish that, so after that you can do the kindergarten. And then these two buildings were critical, and we do need the shopping center. And then definitely work on the repair station, but also a few other things like the headquarters, etc. But that could be done with people that actually start living in this area. Second residential building will help keep things stable, but to get it started I think one residential building would be enough. Definitely have to make sure that everything is in order. We do have electricity, water, sewage and heating, unlike in Duseni where we had a little bit of a problem with moving people in since we didn't have any electricity present. Up to 1,700 workers, not a very high amount still, but at least it's climbing. We aren't stuck at 1,400-ish anymore. Added a few more residential buildings and tried to resolve the pollution issues in Karabadak. Helped quite well with what issues we were facing in that regard. I think we're going to set up Svidava this episode. There isn't much left. It's mostly lack of money to get the construction going. I could take out another loan to get things, to ensure that we always have enough money to build things. But taking out loans is kind of a slippery slope. Let's take out 100,000. I'm willing to take out 100,000 and repay the other existing loans. So we have 100,000 in loans at a 5.6% interest rate. That's not a full bus full of workers. But at least, where are you going next? Refueling right now, okay. Are you going back to the flats or are you going elsewhere? Because if you're not going to the flats again, you are going to the flats again. Good. We will finish this. Cool. Then I guess you can go to the kindergarten. You also have to build this road. 35 workers will do that. This will be done by an excavator at first, and then it'll be 25 days after. Pub isn't critical, police station isn't immediately critical. The clinic is somewhat critical, but yeah, still a lot of construction to do on it with the groundworks. We do have the coal delivered now, so they will wait until we have the repair station set up. We do have two dump trucks doing all of the import. Should be enough as a baseline. Yeah. I want the shopping center, I want the warehouse for the shopping center, I want it filled with goods, I want the kindergarten, which is getting built right now, and then I think this area would be ready to move in people. Pretty much. It does have an indoor pool, doesn't have a cinema yet, but the resources are there. I think I'll grab another road crane. They are expensive, but let's get 2 cheap ones instead of one expensive one. Let's get more cheap road cranes. That should help both things, yeah. I also need the water and sewage. Western vehicles, please, even though they are way more expensive. I do need those. So that's most of our remaining loans spent. What is now missing is a waste truck. For that we will need another free technical service until we get our proper one set up. This can copy its tasks over. Oh, you have a road. You have a snow plow. We don't need to clear mud roads or gravel roads, barely. For you, we will have to save money to get another $40,000 to get the 2 waste trucks purchased. Color, I don't know. Green and yellow and green, sure. Just have to wait for the money to come in, I guess. I think that's enough where we don't have to get more foreign workers to finish that. As soon as we move people in, they'll go to this construction site and finish that building anyway. So we can now focus on getting the warehouse, the shopping center, and the factory connection set up. The factory connection I'll already assign the workers because it'll only need 1 delivery of each type of resource. And after each delivery the workers have to finish the construction. And I guess each construction phase itself should only get 25 workers instead of 45. 15 for the first, 25 for this. Yeah, sure. Should be fine. Definitely will need the waste trucks, otherwise we're gonna have problems. I guess the problems aren't going to happen too quickly, but they could make it so that everyone in this area would leave. Should I finish the cinema? Sure. Let's build the cinema. Wait, you were building something else? Oh yeah, the road and the factory connection. True, true. I did assign those. Okay, keep on going. I'll come back later. Maybe once we have at least 20,000 US dollars, when I can purchase at least the waste truck for the small containers. The large containers can wait a little bit, since they have so much capacity. We're not going to get a lot of money for the crop exports, but it's better than running full on capacity, so 270 rubles is okay. Would be nice to have a snowplow here though, but we can't afford one right now. I wonder if we can reduce the amount of workers here a little bit more to push some more people into the factory. Let's try only 10 sellers, seems to be sufficient as well. Even the spikes should be covered. Yeah, now we have a spike in shoppers, but it's only lasting for a very short time before it goes back. That is not a problem. Oh, we ran out of meat and then kicked out a bunch of people, I guess. That was only for a short moment though. It looked like it was meat. Maybe I'm wrong. $7,777 US dollars we just had. What a nice round number. Well, not really a round number, what a nice... In German it would be called a Schnapszahl. Basically every number being the same. Schnaps is not a... I don't think it's a spirit, like a spirit alcohol. Maybe it's spirit. Heating problem, we are out of rubles. We do not want to be out of rubles. So we'll refresh one loan to give us a little bit of extra rubles. Looks like we imported probably fabric again. Yep, fabric import. Combined with a recent fuel import. Catches you off guard. Construction has slowed down a little bit. We do have our road connections. This is assigned to the construction office. It is set to high priority. The dump trucks are and the concrete mixers are on their way to get things set up. In the meantime, we can build the cinema with 4 workers, I guess. And they should finish that construction with one busload full of workers. And also we should have water here now, thanks to the water truck and sewage trucks. So we are prepared to actually have people now, if only they could go shopping. And to make them go shopping, we also need to import citizen goods. And right now, well, we don't have another distribution office available, so we'll have to make do with what we have. You're bringing... I don't know, where are you? Oh, you teleported back for some reason. I'm gonna get rid of you. That's costly. Nope. I'm gonna relocate you to the vehicle depot. And at some point we're gonna scrap you. But that makes room for some covered hull trucks in this distribution office. Which will handle the citizen good imports to the area. And then we also need a refrigerated truck. We will need a lot of trucks to set this area up. Might have to take out a loan to get that started. Or just wait. If we don't finish the cinema, I will probably pause the construction until we get domestic workers here. No, just get another set of workers. We'll finish the cinema, it's fine. Just let that trundle along. We are losing money in rubles. Lots of fuel imports. But higher fuel price should also mean more money earned through oil. They are very closely linked because they are a related production chain. Okay, guess we don't need that many workers in here anymore. We'll just do with 5 workers for now and move the rest of the workers back into the clothing factory. At least we'll have consistent repairs being done here, and hopefully we can do the same at the western border. Still a lot of resource imports that need to be done. I mean, if the ruble was stable, we could just relocate a lot of resources over. But I don't want to run out of ruble and then have a heating crisis and have to take out another loan, so things will have to do with what they have right now. The factory connection probably already got built to the asphalt phase. It did indeed. And for the next phase, I think 30 workers can probably finish it. Right now we're still working on the cinema. Get a set of workers of at least 30. We'll finish that construction. Did we get an excavator here? Not yet. Not sure where the excavator is. In the school. One more delivery of gravel and the school would finish, but it is set to medium priority, so I'll get you out of there and you can work on the shopping center or the warehouse instead. Warehouse it is. This will also need to be done by workers, but since not all of the gravel is here, I won't assign the bus. And this can be done by 20 workers for both construction phases individually. $4,000 rubles to get rid of that vehicle. It's probably more now that I drove it into the center of the map a little bit more. Not really. Thought the price might change depending on where the vehicle is, but apparently not. I could put it in a vehicle storage and then load it onto an open hull truck and export it for some money instead of having to pay money. I don't think that works in the vehicle depot. I would have to test. Like if I were to relocate an open hull truck into the same vehicle depot, we can test that right now, I guess. Can I load that vehicle on top of it and export it? If I can, then I'll probably repair it before I export it to get a little bit extra money. I don't have the option. I only get the option if it's in a construction office to load a vehicle. But I can't load anything from a road depot directly. That only works if it's in a vehicle storage. That one we would need to set up. I'd rather scrap them though and use the resources. But this one in particular might be a bit too young to be scrapped. I don't know. Could just repair it and keep it around. It's not a very good vehicle for us though, especially with the large vehicles that we have now. Cinema has been set up. Kindergarten is too little effort. We're not going to send any workers there. We will send workers to all of these roads that still need construction, otherwise we don't get to the construction sites. And that should be those that are left. The headquarter of the party still requires a lot of effort, but I don't see that as a critical construction to be done right now. Last resource delivery for the groundworks of the warehouse. And now we'll have to pay a bit more to get the actual building set up in, I think, 2 construction phases. First the brick hull and then the roof on top. I think it's going to be 2 construction phases. As soon as the groundworks is done, I will not actually assign the buses. I will wait until the resources are present. Money is trying to hold steady in rubles, currently covering our interest repayment halfway through the month. As we are moving more people into the factories again, hopefully that will stabilize. Maybe we just need to put a lot of vehicles everywhere, make the road infrastructure really robust, and then hope that they drive to the heating plant. I don't think that's going to be successful. Like I have no strategy right now what happens if this is not consistently supplied with workers, because the university educated people are going to be somewhat fiddly with what they want to do. I don't want to run buses here. And I guess if I give vehicles to anyone, even with a regular education, they might also not necessarily go here. So it's kinda iffy. I will definitely leave these heating plants in place in case something goes wrong, so I can switch back until we actually know that it is safe. And we have run it for like probably 5 years before I would consider abandoning that parachute, that safety net. Because that's a huge risk. If this one fails, everything fails. I can't prioritize road vehicles to go here. I can't. I would need to resort to buses to go into this area, which is a horrible thought. Uh, Well, you're already picking up 50 workers, but this one should only have like 25. Oh no, you're still delivering gravel. Sorry, my bad. And this one should also only have 25. Thank you very much. The shop in Duceni is on fire. It does have a very small amount of firefighters, but as the fire truck arrives and the firefighters stay there, more people... Okay, never mind. There was a lot of firefighters in there. Guess we have a lot of people here now, spreading themselves out between the facilities. It's just that this distillery could take so many more workers than all of the other facilities, so it feels relatively empty comparatively. Still doing the crop export very slowly. Thankfully the road is now clear, so it'll speed up a little bit. And once everything is done, I guess we'll assign the road depot and slowly move everything back to the farm. Population holding steady. We do have some workers waiting here, meaning that one of the buildings which was set to send workers to the bus platform last actually could have another building assigned to it, if we wanted to make sure that it always has enough workers in it. But having them on the bus platform and walking to everything is also okay. I guess they can't reach the factory from the bus platform, but at least they make sure all of the other facilities are staffed. And then other people can walk to the factory. Wear and tear is not low, even after the fire, so we're fine. Sowing season has started. I still have a few roads that I would like to upgrade, but it's not urgent. I also have the desire to get more trucks, but I don't think that's a priority. Maybe I should set up a distribution office, get all of the covered hull trucks into the distribution office and then export directly from the fields to the border. But that would cause unnecessary traffic. We need to get the harvest in first before we start exporting throughout the rest of the year. That's a lot of steel. One delivery of boards, one delivery of concrete, probably two. Two deliveries of concrete. And we have our shopping center set up, which means we still need a covered hull truck. Should I move some rubles into US currency? Probably. Still haven't fully repaid everything. I mean, we've been refreshing the loans every now and then, but right now I want to set up Svidava, because we've been getting foreign workers constantly and it's been a drain on our... Well, we should be getting foreign workers. constantly, yeah. I just clicked that at a time where there wasn't anyone. As I said, I do need 2 garbage trucks eventually. I will need probably 2 trucks importing citizen goods. I'll need a refrigerated truck. There's a few more things that I need. And yeah, the repair station will be really nice to operate it finally. The vehicles have been waiting. I've been doing a lot of work. Covered hull truck. We do have one in the construction office, we could use that one. I guess also compared to our other covered hull trucks, the US ones have almost double the capacity. So maybe we can just do with one. Don't have to buy 2 of them, so I will need 1 covered hull truck. Maybe using the existing one for now. And 1 refrigerated truck, which I don't know if we can buy from here. Yes, we can. The cheaper one with less engine power will work well. In red, because it's meat. All resources are present for the shopping center. Let's get it built. All resources will be present for the warehouse. So let's get it built as well. Some vehicle already had a malfunction. Hopefully we can get there quite quickly to prevent that from continuing. Shopping center, and I think the warehouse will also be immediately important because travel distances are so long. I don't think I need another covered hull truck for any of these constructions. We don't have any electronics or anything, mechanical components necessary. So you are going to get relocated into the distribution office until we learn otherwise. Here's still the old one with the flat front, but at least it'll prevent us from having to buy a new one. Workers is fine, yep. That's all the resources for the warehouse. That will finish the shopping center. And that should get these 2 buildings set up. And then start work on the repair station. The pub has yet to be started. It'll be useful. Oh man, you look pretty shot, but we are going to get you repaired soon enough. Don't you worry. Since we have 2 road cranes now, construction is also a little bit faster. Although we didn't use the fast road crane this time. I do want this construction to finish before I move people in. Well, technically I want the warehouse to finish. I could tell everyone that moves in to work here directly as they move in, then they'll finish the building and then they go shopping. But no, I'll let them build that. Shopping center, warehouse, and the factory connection between the repair station and the warehouse of the repair station. They should focus on these instead of... Oh, leave them on medium. Yeah, they shouldn't bring resources to the technical service until all the other medium priority ones are fulfilled. As long as they have a road connection. This one also needs to be built. 25 workers, please. Thank you. Looks like our money is coming back in rubles. Very nice. Maybe the oil price has recovered again. Maybe it was a drain on our income. Not really. Then maybe the extra workers in the clothing factory? Or maybe we just stopped building, I don't know. 60 workers for 260 workdays should definitely finish it, but I don't even know anymore. With their productivity sometimes being really low. So if the warehouse finishes, I'm gonna fill it with goods. I'll wait until I have the money for a refrigerated truck, set it to import meat, make it wait here so we can immediately fill the shopping center. I will build this with migrants, it's fine. Can't believe we're not finishing that. Unbelievable. This one definitely has to finish. I need the resources here before I move people in. If I only have one truck, if it can carry large amounts of resources, it still needs to have them here. Otherwise, we're not gonna have a fun time. I haven't paid back much of the US-based loan, so I wouldn't get much money refreshing that back to 100,000 either. Just have to wait, I guess. All the resources for the repair station. And all the resources for the repair station warehouse. Yeah, just have to wait. They do have some construction tasks still ahead of them, but we're almost there. That we can try and move people in. Our population is stagnating again. A lot of people have left here, I think. Happiness is okay, but I don't know about loyalty. I mean, the fact that... Oh, let me check something. Make sure we get warnings if... No, don't give me warnings if anything is missing, because... Does that give me a warning if electronics are missing? Yeah, I don't want that. Give me a warning if food and clothing are missing. Or alcohol, I guess. That is something that I should be informed about. Okay. Yeah, maybe some people ran away because of loyalty related issues, because they were fed up without they were fed up because they didn't get any more electronics. I don't know. I mean, they never got electronics, but maybe they finally snapped. I guess we could check. Did we have a large emigration wave this year? 15 escapes. That's not that many. We did have a high death rate though, so far. Last year our population growth was sufficient to keep up with death and escapes. This year, so far, the birth rate was not that great yet. Unhappy population does not have many children, I guess. Although the happiness is still at 71. Where are you going here? 60 workers for 89 workdays, sure. We can start our resource imports after. Lots of food, some clothing. We can't bring our own clothing over here yet. We will have to do that after we connect the roads. And probably get a distribution office in the area. Okay, so now that this will be done, the construction may also, the bus may also start working on the repair station, because that one is important. And I guess I'll also grab the distribution office already, because I will need it momentarily. Yeah, I guess we'll leave it up there for now. It will be replaced by a proper one soon enough. You can import food and clothing and alcohol. Meat we will have to wait until we get the other truck. And then we have to set up the storages here to not hold electronics. Mostly food and some clothing. So I want 80% food and 20% clothing. Give me a warning they are missing, which they are right now. And fill it up. %, please. Factory connection is in place. As soon as we have some food and clothing present, it would be time to be able to relocate people, which would be immediately told to finish the construction of this building, which I've set to 57 workers. After, they would be also told to finish the construction of the kindergarten. And then they should be able to do whatever they want, I guess. Probably still finish the construction of the waste storage in the same steps. So move the people in, tell them to work here, 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 and then let them get settled in, I guess. So let's wait until resources come into the warehouse. Food first this time. Very good. 8.4 tons per delivery. We don't have a lot of people living here, so one truck will probably be able to keep up with things. But I didn't trust it with the coal deliveries, I have to say. Okay. We will grab the citizens from a residential structure that we already have. So we will relocate them rather than getting new migrants, which might annoy them a little bit. More food or clothing next? Clothing, okay. After the clothing is here, we'll relocate the migrants over and see if we can get things stabilized, or if the 150 people that get moved in will be an experiment. We do have water, we have sewage, we have electricity, we have heating as soon as someone walks into the building. Right now the temperature is okay-ish for this to not be too dangerous. They can go onto construction sites, but we will guide them. At least for the important ones, and then they can work on whatever, I guess. Based on the priority system. Probably finish the pub with a notification and the police station with a notification on medium priority. The headquarter can be low priority. The clinic is now medium priority. I will elevate the clinic to high priority. Yeah. Clinic is kind of important. 25 workers for that, sure. Still waiting on the clothing. It is quite the trip. And clothing is expensive. Weren't able to load a full load of clothing. It is really expensive. We're loading something though, apparently. Don't have enough money. You're loading steel right now, and you're trying to load foreign workers, but we don't have money. It's a conundrum. Well, it's loading as fast as we're importing electricity, I guess. Okay, clothing has been delivered, so I assume it'll be fine. We'll grab a building with people that aren't too cranky. Why are you down to 29% happiness? What happened? Wait, what's going on here? Lifespan... Criminality. Why is criminality that high? What's going on here? 29% happiness in that one building. You don't have a connection to a waste storage, so my assumption is that you are having pollution issues. I will give you a dedicated waste storage. That's the only thing I can see right now. Happiness because of pollution, maybe, and also because the lifespan went down. So we'll set that up, and hopefully it helps with the happiness issues. 76 is pretty good, but this area is pretty much only a few buildings. I think we have to grab some population from over here. 67, 80%, excellent. Not assigned to anything. You are going to be our guinea pigs. Almost 2/3 are university educated. You are going to live here now. Enjoy. And as I said, priority for construction are these 3 buildings. And I don't think anything else for now. We're just gonna finish these buildings. And then do anything else. Hopefully the road cranes will move out as necessary. I do have to assign them. So we finish that quickly before they want to buy food. Yeah, the health is too low. We'll get that set up in time. Alright. No electronics. We also still need the meat truck. You have built everything. This covers a very good range. Doesn't cover the cinema though. We don't have waste trucks yet. I do need to take out a loan. I need to set up a few things. We'll take out another... Oh, I already have 2. Oh, that's rubles. Right. Let's take out a loan to get rid of the penalty interest rate. Let's get 2 waste trucks for the area. Especially since the fire station was already generating a bunch of pollution. And let's get a refrigerated truck as well. Going here, buying meat until fully loaded. And then heading to the shopping center and waiting until fully unloaded. There's too many shoppers right now, so we can't restock. Now we can restock. Okay, now we have clothing. And soon we'll have meat. And they're also going into the heating plant by themselves. They're going to go into a few construction sites, like the vehicle repair stations and the school. And hopefully the construction office with the road cranes and the bus will finish the road towards the clinic. Because if we have a medical emergency here, no one's going to come. Apparently we're doing the factory connection first, which requires 1 work day. Should have given them a few more workers, I guess. Let's set that to 30 then, twice the capacity. Okay, waste truck has arrived. And it's going to the customs house with a small amount of waste. I would like more waste storage over here. So we have one in this area that is covering that. We need one that covers the heating plant. Probably need one up here. I don't know if you cover the kindergarten. You do, okay. Heating plant and the fire station. There's not much else in this area. Cinema we'll do later. A little bit of pollution. Okay, pollution is already kicking in. Well, it will. If it has twice the amount of waste in its storage, it will turn into pollution. I should preemptively build a waste storage here. Also dealing with the headquarters of the party, I guess. That one will handle both, but this one would be a better location for more buildings in the area, so we'll place it there. Road to the clinic next. Very good. There will be some complaints in regards to hospital visits, school visits, pub visits, and that is it, yeah. As expected. We'll assign you to the General Construction Office to bring resources here as well. And we still need the police station for sure. But I think we can now run the fire station with our own workers. I think. Maybe a little bit premature to say that. Let's definitely allow citizens to move into the area. If they want to. Let's make sure we have the repair station set up first, get all the vehicles repaired and checked out. Get the second residential building set up. Before we actually say we have enough workers, we can stop the foreign workers in the fire station. Because if we don't have enough workers in the fire station and suddenly the heating plant catches fire, we have a little bit of a problem. Especially if I miss it. This one had double the waste, it looks like. So would probably be useful Maybe if I just have a road connection up here, it can reach the indoor pool. No. Never mind then. We'll set up a waste storage over here as well. 4 more than the buildings that we have, I guess. If we need more. School is almost done. Repair station is almost done, which will take a lot of resources to fill up with enough repair material, but... And we also need to buy a vehicle for it, another covered hull truck. Oh man, I don't want to buy the large covered hull trucks as repair vehicles, that would feel silly, I have to say. Like these ones as vehicles to drive somewhere and repair something? I don't know. One truck is handling all the imports, very good. You will have to also handle the imports to the hub, but that's not a problem. There is no fuel. Why is there no fuel? Because I unchecked fuel, so let's hope we didn't just kill everything. Because all of these vehicles will have slowly started running out of fuel. Should still be able to save it, I think. I mean, we just need some trucks to now bring fuel to the gas stations again, because I started moving the other vehicle in here and forgot to check the fuel setting again. Don't think anything else is needed. Alright. Good. Keep going. Yep, vehicles are running out of fuel now. Microbuses for the fire station. Thankfully they can overtake that vehicle. I can also relocate it into the vehicle depot, I guess, if I want to. Yep, we are working on the traffic jam, don't you worry. We are dealing with that. Just drive past it, thank you. We're getting fuel here soon. There it is. 9 tons of fuel. And we have a sufficient fuel inside the construction office, so those vehicles aren't affected. Construction of the clinic is now underway. Happiness went down because we relocated some people. Alright, fuel has now been provided. Everyone can go and refuel. And once these 2 constructions finish, we'll start repairing some vehicles, and we also have the road cranes available for other construction sites. I'll probably pause the technical service for now. I'll probably pause the headquarters. We still have the pub and the clinic to go through, and it seems like the workers do not prioritize with my priority setting, so I have to let them work it out with the settings that I give them. Only steel will be stored here. We will relocate a flatbed to the distribution office as well, because we need to bring steel here. And once the warehouse is done, we can send everything over with the distribution office. We'll limit the resources with mainly mechanical components and then some fabric, electronic components, plastic and electronics in this warehouse. I forgot one. That. Oh, this one should be 6. I think that's everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 resources in the repair station. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. Sent to the warehouse, unloading said resources. 30% is fine. And then directly here you must unload steel. And that should be everything. I could also open up everything, but sometimes I think I'll miss something and then, yeah. Repair station cannot reach this distribution office up here. A little bit of a concern, but we'll see if we have to manually repair them eventually. And now we wait for the repair material to become available. It looks like the construction vehicles are currently waiting for repairs, so we actually have to wait for them to make an attempt. This one requires everything except for electronics. You have to store hazardous waste because you are also handling our clinic. So we have to make sure that hazardous waste does not spill. Because if it does spill, like the other waste in Dušany that we had, there is a very likely reason that a lot more people are going to be affected. Waste storage has been built. Let's see if the happiness actually recovers and if waste was the problem. I assume it's not the problem for that building here, right? Because we do have the waste storage right here and it should be easily within walking distance. Svidava is now getting ambulance issues. We are working on that. Just give us a bit. Where are you going? Technical University maintenance, I guess. Yeah, reconstruction in progress. So we now have to spend money on building repairs, which is fine. We can do that. Road cranes need to be assigned to these construction sites. I would prefer the bus to not transport anymore. We will build everything with domestic workers. And that means, I guess, the road cranes may as well be in the regular construction office. Got a delivery of steel, and everything else should be coming in slowly as soon as the game thinks we have enough food, which it seems like it does. Some electronics, some mechanical components, some plastics, and repairs can start. I guess we can also build that. People are not going to be happy for very long if things are missing. But a small police station should be sufficient, even if we have to rein it back in. On the upside, I do have a 4th settlement now, so in Duseni. In the meantime, we may be able to start the research of distribution offices. And we are going to do that. It's going to take a while. A very long while. But it's going to be worth it, because it will allow us to actually set up more settlements. The existing distribution offices are on their limit, and if I run regular routes, then I either block the parking lots a lot for the delivery routes, or I just have vehicles running all the time, which consumes more fuel. And both things are not ideal. Need a bunch more deliveries. I can't get any more. I mean, I guess I could relocate the flatbed trailer back out and get another covered hull truck to speed it up. We'll just have to wait it out for now, I think. Could also cancel the repairs, I guess. But this one is also only repairing back to 30%. It's only 7 years old. We definitely need to make those repairs happen. Let's cancel that construction. Let's focus on the school. And the pub. But for the pub we still need the resources, I guess. Focus on the school and the clinic for now. After we'll do the pub. After that we'll do the police. After that we'll do the other residential structure, and then the technical service and the headquarter of the party. That's a bunch of electronic components. Yeah, no more imports here. 2 loans is enough. We're also not getting any workers for the fire station. But yeah, I think we're fine now. I think we're gonna just say you end your route in a free vehicle depot, and that's it. If we had room. That's a free construction office. You know what? We'll have to relocate you back in here, telling you to not do anything. And then you can actually go back to fuel deliveries for now. Oh no, that one's full. I don't have the money to sell you. But yeah, the microbuses should stop operating for now. Go in here. End your route. I know we have 4 of them. I have to think about something with that vehicle. You can probably get a free vehicle depot removed from somewhere over here. I do remember one being next to the farm, I think. Yeah. We'll get that one relocated and move the tanker out so the microbuses may end their route in said vehicle depot. So no more foreign workers for the fire station after this month. That's going to be good. reduce the amount of sellers to 10 maximum as well. I think they are reasonably unhappy, so not able to handle a lot of shoppers. But I think this is a good amount. Crime is starting to spread as well. But the order that I mentioned of the clinic first and the school is something that I want to keep. Mechanical components, very good. Very slow import because of the electricity. I could stop the electricity, I guess, for a moment to force you to move. There we go. Not a full load of mechanical components, but at least you can get some of the other ones. Plastic. Electronics last, please, if possible. Electronics are expensive. And I guess we only need them for personal vehicles at some point. Alright, you know what? More workers finish the school. The clinic not yet, because it doesn't have all the resources. Go here. Uh, 20 workers is enough, thank you. Now go back to other work sites. That repaired until we need plastics. And also plastics for that one. Looks like they can do repairs partially with the resources that are present, but yeah, I still need to deliver plastics. So maybe the internal storage is actually sufficient if we don't no, it needs to be limited. I don't know. I don't think the internal storage is good at all. We got our school set up. 3 teachers will be enough. We'll preemptively set it to 30% loyalty if we ever get a secret police. And now we wait for resources. I guess we can start the technical service since it does have the resources in it. But no, let's start the residential structure instead. That will make more sense. The headquarter will be last for sure. University education is not a problem here. At least not yet. I hope you're bringing plastic. Yes, you are. Good. That means we can get all of the repairs done now. As soon as it arrives. They are still waiting for plastic. And then they will be operational. Bringing the construction materials for our clinic, our pub, our police station. I guess this one is still waiting on dump trucks, so might as well start that one, I guess. No workers walking onto the construction site, please. And it looks like I haven't set up... Oh no, I did set up traffic signs. That one just wanted to turn in here to deliver more fuel. It looked like it was not able to travel along this road. But everything was set up. Yep, police not arrived. I'm aware. We are working on it. Now if you have any construction that is too small, like this footpath, it will have to be done by a bus. However, I think a microbus in our case will now be enough. So we'll relocate a microbus over here and then assign the construction. Don't send any workers here yet. We don't have any resources. I'll be here soon. And we got plastic. That means our truck is back to delivering things. I should grab the truck from here back to the construction office because we need more resource transportation to get the building construction set up now. And I do believe that we have sufficient amounts of steel for now to last us for a while. Now the trucks handling the coal deliveries are being repaired, which is also good. Things are slowly coming together. Very slowly. Get the clinic set up, get the police station set up, then the pub, technical service, then the flats. I mean, the flats are being built right now anyway, on lower priority. High, medium, and then these ones are all low, and that's fine. Looking good. 5% wear and tear left after repair. We might get that next time. I'm not sure if it works that way, or if once it has 5% wear and tear left it can't ever repair back over it, which might be how it actually works. Two more deliveries. Ports and steel. Also need to buy an ambulance. I need to check if we have any available. No, we'll have to get one from Soviet countries. which is fine. We can buy one in advance. Or is an ambulance becoming available soon? In US dollars. Nope, none available. Okay, then I'll just get an East German one. Oh, you stopped importing. Well, I guess we need another delivery then. At least we should be able to manage the board deliveries in one go. We'll send workers here now too. We do have extra road cranes, I believe. Yeah, one road cranes left spare. And you go and pick up the other steel. We'll have some money saved up. There you go. I must not forget, when I built the proper distribution office, to get another open hull truck for bringing steel here. Or I guess when everything is constructed, relocating the open hull truck back into the distribution office. Complaints about no kindergarten are incorrect. You're just not balancing yourself correctly. Lots of crime reported. Let's try 10 workers then. Once the other truck gets close, I'll send like 30 workers in here again. I guess I can already do that. The truck should be here any minute now. Fill up that construction site with some workers. 25 should do it. Maybe 30. Alright, that should be enough. Where's the other truck? Oh, you're not close. Well, anyway, we're gonna get almost done, and then there will be a little bit of extra steel delivered, and a few workers can finish that. Looks like 30 workers wasn't enough. There's so low productivity that they barely get anything done. I mean, I don't have a monument here. I do need a monument. You always need monuments. Definitely low priority, but yeah, need a monument, otherwise the citizens are gonna get more and more disloyal. Okay, please send some more workers here again. And then we have a clinic with an ambulance. That will take care of the healthcare issues. Next up, police station pretty much. You only need 6 foreign workers, that's fine. And yeah, slowly start getting everything set up pretty much. Make sure things get up to operational levels so they can provide their benefit to our citizens. We still need a police station for sure. I assume there are Western police cars, right? There are not. Okay. Well, also have to get some Eastern police cars then. I already know what I want. The cheap ones. These ones. Get 3 of them. And buy a 4th one once the building comes online. Police station will take a bit to set up. I don't think I need a waste storage here. This should all be covered. Yeah. They are all in range. This one is not in any coverage. Guess we'll set up a smaller one. Unless we can set up a large one, then I'll set up a large one. But at least a small one will be necessary. Some citizens left. So far it's holding out. Somewhat. Could be better. Construction is slow, but we're getting there. And we can relocate another bunch of people into the area once things are looking better. Happiness is down to 39. They got relocated here with 42% happiness after they were relocated, I think. The pub will help once it comes online, but I think the police is more important. Police, then pub, then second building, and then the monument. All before the technical service and the university, I think. In the meantime, we have pumped a lot of money into the western border again. We've been continuously exporting electricity to the west. And our ruble has steadily climbed in the meantime as well. So I'm actually pretty impressed. We've exported almost all of our crops. With the new harvest now kicking in, well, good to realize that we need to move you back into the farm, otherwise we're not gonna harvest anything. Everyone back here, and also 2 more covered hull trucks for the harvest. Looks like we barely had enough vehicle to export everything, just up to the next harvest. I wanted to check the research progress, but I presume it's still very much far away from where I want it to be. We also should start working on this road. So all is silent. Go towards connecting both our settlements with a long road. We had a fire in Svidava warehouse, very good, that one has been extinguished. And the research progress is halfway there. Okay, we'll have our distribution offices soon. And then we can set up everything to be a little bit more permanent and reliable. Right now the amount of vehicles we can have in the free distribution offices is not ideal. I have a few distribution offices that I want. I want one for the gravel, for the quarried stone rather. I want one for imports, I want one for exports, probably one for crop exports, like crop and clothing exports. It strikes me as a reasonable investment. Let's increase the amount of workers in the police station, because apparently this ran out of control again. Didn't have any escapes, but yeah. Let's run our justice system at full capacity. Me relocating people out of this area probably had an impact on that. Some of the cases are running into statute of limitation, but hopefully the new ones we can solve as more police officers are finding their way into the police station again. And maybe I have to tell you to help the police station a little bit instead of the clothing factory. Very much so right now. Let's prioritize the police station and get the crime under control. This year. Yep. After we relocated the citizens, I think the crime started spiraling. But we caught it. And we should be able to deal with it in time, with all new cases receiving the much needed attention that they deserve. All resources for the police station are present. The police station requires 2 road cranes. We are going to pause the flats and actually work on the police station now. So much so that I want you to build this and still go to the kindergarten and here. Yep, that's good progress. That's probably going to finish it. Get the police cars in, get the crime under control. And the pub next. Very good. Relocate police vehicles in here. The cistern can't be relocated in there anyway. And I guess we'll fill it up to a complete set of police vehicles. That is okay. We'll run it at full capacity because we do have a bunch of crime happening. let them figure things out for now. Three deliveries for the pub. This one can get built. It is being built. It's the waste storage, which will prevent any problems from occurring. Let's get that set up quickly. And that's probably enough workers. We'll have to set up worker deliveries from the border to these small footpaths. This one I'm not stressing about, this one can get built slowly, but this one is close to the residential buildings where it might affect life expectancy if pollution becomes an issue here. But yeah, Svidava is pretty much set up. Crime should now also be slowly put under control. We can probably run this at half capacity. I was about to run it at full capacity, but yeah, I think not many crimes happen at the same time here, and 5 police officers should hopefully be able to deal with them. If not, we'll have to keep an eye out and increase it as necessary. I think before the technical service and the headquarter of the party, we also have to build that monument. Okay, it might be time to stop the electric export. Or at least run it. Nah, stop it. Stop it for now. And I also think that this is going to be it for today. For now. So, we've set up Svidava with almost everything we wanted from it. We realized now that we probably need a scrapyard pretty soon, so setting up a settlement with a scrapyard and finishing our road construction across the map and connecting the road here over the river is something that we should move towards rather soon. Since we now have distribution offices, we can slowly start pushing in resources across the map that we don't have. And even, like, we could in theory set up the scrapyard in the middle of the map, but I don't think it's necessary to have it centered. We probably set up a small settlement somewhere here on the eastern border just to have a scrapyard, and I don't think it'll be next to an existing settlement. We'll set something up explicitly for that purpose, plus maybe a food factory or something else, because the scrapyard itself does not make any money and it doesn't need to run all the time. But yeah, we're going to check that out next time. So for now, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Maybe I'll see you next time. It's going to be really hot the next few days, but seems to be working quite okay for now. We'll see. In any case, as I said, thank you very much for watching. Have a good rest of the Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday evening, wherever you are. And as always, maybe I'll see you next time.